Before we start today's session, my request would be if everybody uses the same email ID with which they've registered for the event. Considering that we are also creating the lab access, what really happens is that sometimes, if you're using any other email ID, it creates issue and turbulence during the middle of the session, and we'll have to wait for a longer duration for it. We'll wait for 2 minutes more and we'll get started. Yes, we are going to have a practical session along with while the reason why we have this session is not just for the theoretical knowledge sharing, but it's more a hands-on session itself. The knowledge sharing part would probably just be for like a couple of minutes, and we straightly dive into the hands-on session taken by our GenAI expert. A code whisperer. Thank you, Arun, for sharing the YouTube links for our first and second workshop. The YouTube links can be accessed, and Arun has put it up in the chat over here for you to go through. And in case if you missed the first couple of sessions, um, I think the third one is your start to the rest of the sessions. All right, let's wait till the count comes to 100, and we'll straight away start with our session today. All right, I think 97 participants, just a minute more and we'll start. All right. Welcome back to yet another workshop for GenAI that Nuvepro has been conducting in association with AWS. I am very elated to welcome all of you here where we learn how to build applications using RAG today. A heartfelt welcome back to many of you who have been present through the first and the second workshop with us. Um, just allow me to have like a quick overview about our inaugural workshop, which took place, I think, around May 18th, which dwelled into the transformative capabilities of Q Developer. Um, it offered like these invaluable insights and hands-on learning experiences to all of our participants. And what truly was the most remarkable thing about the event was an amazing participation from around 100 professionals engaging in our hands-on labs and learning through our capabilities. Similarly, our second workshop, which happened on the 24th of May, explored the transformative capabilities of GenAI, leveraging the Amazon's Bedrock model. This one was an even bigger one with having around 230 professionals actively engaging and learning through our models. Um, as an organization who promotes and who talks about upskilling solutions, we are always thrilled to receive these positive feedback from over more than 350 professionals through these workshops. And the professionals themselves stated that learning through hands-on workshops made the learning process so much more efficient and prepared them effectively for more projects and better roles through our feedbacks and our interactions through after the event that we had. We saw immense participations from a lot of esteemed organizations, including Mindtree, TCS, Virtusa, TechM, Genpact, Deloitte. I think I can keep on going, but probably more than 45 plus organizations and a lot more educational institutes as well, technology specific, who participated in the event and kind of allowed the professionals to kind of be prepared themselves more effectively for new projects and new roles. With this third workshop, we aim to extend our effort towards upskilling and enabling hands-on learning for generative AI to reach to more individuals and organizations. And in fact, through your participation, we aim to empower organizations further in preparing you employees for the upcoming projects or roles or promotions, whatever it is. But more than that, I would want you to actually register for our fourth workshop as well, which would be on Friday, the 14th of June, which would be on building personalized AI assistance with AI agents. How to register? I'll just quickly take you and share my screen and quickly take you guys through the registration link. You simply have to go to nuvepro.com. You come on the home page, you see a registration link. Again, just yeah, you simply go on Nuvepro's website, you register on the link, register for the workshop. It will take you through a registration page, and you'll be able to register for our fourth workshop as well. And I have to admit that this one is going to be a much more fruitful one as the rest of the other ones, but definitely a much more advanced one, which our GenAI experts will take up. I think you've already met Manasa and you've already met Tanushri, our GenAI experts in the past. And before we move on to them, I'd quickly like to pass on to the speaking baton to our CEO and co-founder, Mr. Girdhar LV. Girdhar LV, who is on a very lighter note, is not only a master of delivering demos about upskilling to our clients, but also talks the language of upskilling solutions and the language of upskilling in every possible way. So over to you, Giridhar.
Hi, Shukriya. Thank you for that quick overview about what we're going to be covering today. And just happy to see again a great participation here. A thumbs up from people who are here for the second or the third time. Can I have some thumbs up, please? Just we want to know how many of you are attending this third edition of this event. That's great. I'm seeing a few of your thumbs up coming in. Great to see that. And we need to, this is a journey which all of us have started, right? I mean, I come from a developer background, and this, even though I had stopped coding some time back, this seems to have got me back into that mode again, that it's better to explore what when we talk about Gen AI, we should also talk about Gen Z, right? So Gen Z is one which is the first one impacted with Gen AI. And I think all the previous generations of humans, I'm saying Gen X, Gen Y, and all of us have to also learn this if you want to keep yourself up to date with the Gen Z. So with that introduction, I just wanted to again touch upon hands-on, right? I mean, as an organization, we are always about promoting hands-on activities because that's the way we learn the best. If you want to draw an analogy, I'm sure that everybody on the call here has learned how to cycle. Hope there's nobody here who has not gone through the thing of learning how to cycle in their young age. So here, just in terms of analogies, you started maybe trying to do it along with your friends, went to a playground, got onto a small one,
Giridhar,
cycle
I
it,
would
and
just
then
like to
maybe
stop you for a moment. I think we have some discrepancy with respect to your voice. Uh, do you mind just probably just checking on your mic once?
yeah, yeah, sure. Hello, is it better now? Okay. Yeah, I hope you heard a lot of it, but again, I wanted to draw an analogy back to why we consider hands-on learning to be the most effective way. Right, I was drawing a thing that taking you back to your childhood when all of you would have got onto the thing about learning how to ride a bicycle. If you see how you did it, maybe you try to do it on your own. Maybe you had one of your parents holding your cycle until you were able to go on your own, right? And at some point, the training wheels came off, and then you became free, right? Just two wheels, and you could go wherever. Just think if you're not gone through that process and try to just keep watching videos, you would be at what 21, 22, still watching videos on how to learn a bicycle, and all of your friends would have been riding it in actual world. So in that way, I think for any kind of technology you want to learn, if you keep just watching videos or hear somebody else speak, that's what will continue to happen for the rest of your lives. If you really want to pick up something for sure, then it's better to always tie it with a hands-on activity. So that is what Nuvepro stresses on. That is, you can learn concepts and stuff from any medium, but for the hands-on stuff, come to Nuvepro and we can enable you to do that, like we are doing today. In terms of the sessions which we have done prior, Shipriya mentioned about the two sessions. The two sessions prior was about helping a developer improve their own, I would say, effectiveness by using things, whatever new models are come out from GenAI, whether it is Q Developer or the different models which have come out there. How do you use that to make your productivity better? Today, we are taking a different route here. Today, we are talking about how do you build an application, a brand new application, using the capabilities of GenAI. And RAG, or what Manasa will be talking about more today, is a way by which you can actually turbocharge your application with a lot more intelligence than it had before. And before I hand over the speaking baton to Shivpriya and Amit, I'll quickly tell a bit about what Nuvepro does. I'll start by sharing my screen so that you're aware of Nuvepro as an organization, what we do for a living day in and day out. And if you ever have this kind of requirements for not only GenAI, but any other topics, then Nuvepro should be the name which comes to your mind. Assuming that you can see my screen. What is the problem statement we are solving from a hands-on perspective? Some of them are listed here. And it's what we heard our customers is mostly around the hands-on experience, right? So you have certifications, but that don't stress about getting your hands dirty. Then organization IT policies may prevent you from accessing certain websites where these kind of solutions are available. So you may be left with nothing better than looking at a video. With ITS organizations, there is always this thing about going through client interviews and client interview or any interview. The first question which is asked is, tell me something about what you have done. And if your only answer is, I've got a certification and I watched a video, then I think good luck to you, right? It's not going to take you far. And finally, it's about also real world scenarios, right? You can always keep building the same kind of application or the same kind of infrastructure which is there in a book because that's what everybody else is doing. If you really want to excel, then I think it's better to choose a problem which can solve something for real. So some of these challenges which we have heard, and we have come out with our own methodology, what we call as Prime. We divide the learning into two phases: prepare and measure. And the prepare phase is where we give you avenues to practice the concepts or the steps which is being taught by a video or a faculty or an instructor. Measure is where we, like the word says, we check if you have really understood that topic or not. Both in prepare and measure, the stress is on real world environments and real world scenarios. Also, keeping in mind that any software lifecycle is goes through multiple phases, which is you start with something from scratch. That's what today you're going to be doing. You're going to be building an application using RAG. But once the application is out into the market, it's already production ready and all that stuff. Then you move on to the maintenance or the enhance phase. That is where you start adding new features on top of it, some bugs which got reported and stuff. And after a period of time, the application needs to be transformed to meet the latest technology changes. So what we do from Nuvepro is we understand that the software lifecycle goes through these different phases, and we enable you as a developer, as an SDET, as a data analyst, as a cybersecurity engineer, right, and now also GenAI enabled engineer to be able to go through all these phases with our lab and real world scenarios. And in order to bring this all together, Nuvepro has introduced a concept called as a skill bundle. Everybody needs to have a new catchy name. So this is our catchy phrase here. Skill bundle can also be understood to be a learning path, right? So in a learning path, while you may, in most learning paths, while you may be seeing videos and MCQs, in our learning path, what you see is only hands-on activities. You start with a playground or a hands-on lab to learn the concepts, then you move on to guided project where you give you the steps, and the subjective assessments is a lab-based assessment for you to understand where you stand in terms of the subjects which you have learned. Right. So together, these three becomes a skill bundle. Today, when you learn RAJ as well, you will be going through a skill bundle, which is giving you the information about how to start from scratch and then go about all the 9 yards by the time you have a RAJ application available to you. So these are some goals which we start off when we talk to our customers. It could be that I just want to be skilled in some of the AWS services, or I want to build an app, or I want to look at how to fix a security issue in the application infrastructure, right? Or maybe another certification, right? Or I want to containerize and deploy a node application to AWS Container Service, right? So in this way, you can have multiple different goals. You as an individual, or you as a manager, or you as the head of practice or engineering lead at your organizations, come talk to us, and then we can see how we can make this more engaging. right? And some customers of ours are listed here. Many of you represent the organizations whose logos are here. Welcome back again. I hope you have been having a good experience working with Nuvepro Solutions, and today will be no different. Now, coming to GenAI itself, with GenAI coming in, we have extended the offerings which we have to include both models which are hosted by cloud service providers, or it can be hosted by us, or even proprietary models. Right, so we'll be able to provision any of these different modules or different models to our customers. Sandboxes, AWS Bedrock today, you will see that getting used along with others. Then we have the skill bundles again around generative AI, which you already went through a couple of them previously. Today we are going to be looking at the third one, which is implementation of RAG. We'll also be looking at building an agent next in the next session, which is next week, and help you, I would say, not only learn about using tools to improve your productivity, but also making your own application better. So with that, that comes to a quick stop to my presentation. Again, welcome back to all of you. Looking forward to engaging with you beyond this workshop as well. And again, today, wish the best wishes to all of you so that you can complete and win the awards and vouchers which we have lined up for all these successful completions. So with that, I hand it over to Shivpriya. Shivpriya, go ahead and take it forward.
Thank you, Giridhar, and thank you for mentioning about the rewards and certificates. I think what we saw with the second workshop was that there were around 20 winners, and we really couldn't choose between any of them because everybody's output and everything was perfect. And we went ahead with delivering the rewards and certificates to almost everybody for participating, and definitely the rewards as well. So congratulations to all the past winners. I see a lot of names familiar over here from the winners as well. I will quickly pass on the speaking baton to Mr. Amit Garola. Mr. Amit Garola is the partner solution architect for GenAI and AI/ML for Amazon Web Services. He has been a speaker for us through our workshop 1 and workshop 2. Allow him to slightly probably not start his video today, considering he's a little sick for today and is not keeping well. So I hope you feel better, Amit, and thank you for still joining with us. And thank you to our partner, Amazon Web Services, for enabling us with this workshop. Over to you, Amit.
Uh, Thanks, Shivpriya. Let me share my session. Sorry, screen. Just so. So is my screen visible in PowerPoint mode, or is it?
Yes, it is.
Yes. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amit Garola. I'm a senior partner solution architect at AWS. And today I'm going to talk about retrieval augmented generation for GenAI applications. So thank you, Nuvepro, for inviting me for this session for the third time. So we will look at what exactly are foundation models. So foundation models are large language models that have been trained on vast amounts of unstructured data which could come from data sources like Wikipedia or CNN Mail or BBC News or so on, right? They contain large number of parameters that make them capable of learning complex concepts. So when we say number of, what is a parameter? Parameter is basically a construct which tries to identify relationship between data. Okay, so some of these large language models have more than 70 billion parameters. Okay, there are billion. Each of these models now talks about billions of parameters, which means they are highly capable of identifying relationship between unstructured data like text. Okay, and they can be applied in a wide range of contexts, meaning that you can use these foundation models for question and answering, document summarization, and so on, right? The other thing which is important is that these foundation models can be customized to use data for your domain specific tasks. So as an
Amit,
example, yeah,
sorry
sorry.
to interrupt. If you can put the on the slideshow mode and the slides
Okay,
aren't
I
moving
thought it
for
was
us.
slideshow mode. Ah, okay, just give me a second. I don't know why it happened. Give me a second. Uh, Do you see the slide now on foundation models?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes.
as I mentioned, foundation models are trained on vast amount of unstructured data. They contain large number of parameters. Parameters means relationship between data, and they can apply it in wide range of contexts, question answering, document summarization, all of these can be used for. The last part is you can customize foundation models using your data for domain specific tasks. So if you have data which has terminology which is specific to your organization or specific to your industry, and the large language model probably does not have that, is not trained on that particular data set, then you have to customize the foundation model for your specific task or your domain specific task. Okay. So the question comes, why should I customize a foundation model? First of all, you need to adapt it to a domain specific language or terminology. Specific domains like healthcare or financial services have a very specific terminology. And while the foundation model has been trained on a vast amount of text data, it may not have reference to the terminology that is specific to your organization. You may also want to customize a foundation model to enhance performance for specific tasks. So for example, if let's say you're asking the foundation model a question, right? You need to be able to get the information that is relevant for you. Okay. So you need to enhance the performance for specific task as well. And third is improve context awareness and responses. Basically, you need to know what is the context behind a specific question or context behind something that is being asked to a foundation model. Okay. Now, what are the approaches? The first approach is prompt engineering, where you basically design your prompt in such a way that the foundation model understands the context and it tries to answer your question in such a way that it is relevant for you. Okay, this is good, easy to do, but then it does not solve all the problems. Okay, the second approach is called as retrieval augmented generation. Okay. And what it does is it augments the knowledge. Okay. It augments the knowledge that the foundation model has without changing the pre-trained model weights. What it means is it does not change anything inside the foundation model. It just augments the information that the model has along with the specific domain level documents or context that you may have. Then the other advanced models are fine tuning and then building your foundation models from scratch. And if you look at this particular graph, as you move ahead, the complexity becomes much higher. The cost also starts increasing while you achieve better quality, but then the time to implement those customizations also increases. Okay. And what we are going to talk about in today's context is just the retrieval augmented generation. So what is RAG? RAG has three words: retrieval, augmentation, and generation. Retrieval means it fetches the relevant content from the knowledge base. Okay. So there is a concept called as knowledge base. Knowledge base is nothing but a extra repository or an external repository which is used to augment the information that the foundation model has. Again, augmentation means adding whatever information has been retrieved to the user prompt, which goes as an input to the foundation model. Okay. And finally, what generation means is then based on the information that is retrieved plus the prompt that you have given, it will generate the response from the foundation model. Okay, so RAG is retrieval, augmentation, and generation. Retrieval for getting the information, augmentation is augmenting the prompt with the information that has been retrieved, and finally generating a response from the foundation model based on the augmented prompt. Okay. So what are the use cases? You can improve content quality. Let's say you're generating new content for your project or for your customers. You can use RAG to improve the content quality. What it helps in is basically reducing hallucinations and connecting with recent knowledge. So the foundation models are trained on data before a certain date. Okay. But the information might have changed after that date. So RAG will help you in adding that information without changing the foundation model. Then contextual chatbots and question answering, personalized search, and real-time data summarization. Okay, so all of these are use cases for RAG. And then let's look at what are the different types of retrieval. So there are three types of retrieval. First is a rule-based retrieval. It's like keyword search. If you go to any search engine and type keywords or a control F on your Word document, that is a keyword search. Okay, you are giving a keyword and the search engine searches the data based on the keyword that you give. The second retrieval is from structured data where you write select queries, right? Select all customers where the city is, let's say New Delhi, or city is Mumbai, or city is Bengaluru, and so on, right? So where it is this kind of search from your structured data, which is more like a SQL based search. The last part is called as semantic search. Semantic search uses a concept called as word embeddings. Okay, and it is very, very relevant in the terms of or in the context of GenAI with retrieval with RAG based approach. Okay, it uses something called as embeddings. I'll come to embeddings a little bit later. Okay, and what GenAI does is, or the Bedrock and all these kind of services do is, they use something called as semantic search. Okay, they rule-based and structured search is easier. Semantic search is a little difficult, and that is where the text embeddings or word embeddings come into picture. Okay, so let's look at an example. Okay, there is a pre-trained non-customized large language model which has been trained on, let's say, Wikipedia data. Okay, and you ask a question: which instances can I use with managed spot training in SageMaker? It does not have a context. It just relies on the publicly available data. So it may give you something, an example like the managed spot training is a subscription product available for the following instances and so on, which is not really relevant for you, and it's the wrong answer anyways. But let's say if I provide a context, I say that managed spot training can be used with all instances supported in Amazon SageMaker. Managed spot training is supported in all AWS regions where SageMaker is currently available. Now, when this context is in place, the question then gets a better answer. So the question was, which instances can I use with managed spot training in SageMaker? The answer is all instances supported by SageMaker. How was it possible? I have not changed anything in the large language model, but just I provided a context, which is a text statement, which gives more information about what all instances you can use with managed spot training in SageMaker. Okay, so the answer that you get, if you compare to the previous one and this one, this is much more relevant. And I have not changed the large language model. I have simply provided a context. So using RAG based approach, the context was provided to the large language model. It augmented the prompt with the context retrieved, and finally the answer came really very relevant to what the question was. Okay. So let's come to this important concept of word embeddings, right? What is a word embedding? If you think about, see, if you look at the language that we use, for example, English language, right? This language has been developed or developed in humans over a period of thousands of years. It took thousands of years for language to be developed to a stage where it is in today. Okay, so we understand what a specific word means, right? We understand what Paris means, what animal means, what horse means, right? But a machine does not have a way to understand that. Machines only understand numbers, and that to ones and zeros format. Okay, now word embeddings is a mechanism by which you convert a word to a number. Okay, so when a word is converted to a number, foundation models can understand the context much better. Okay, so if you look at what are embeddings, nothing but numerical representation of text data. How New York is represented by a embedding model? It could be in it's basically called as a vector. A vector is nothing but a series of numbers which specifies something called as a point in a hyperdimensional space. I'm not going into the geometry side of vector embeddings, but think about vector embeddings as a mechanism to convert a English language or any language word into a mathematical representation or a numerical representation, which can be used by large language models or the foundation models. Okay, and you can even use multilingual text embeddings. Okay, so if you have word embeddings, the machine can find out meanings, or it can club words together, right? For example, New York and Paris are cities, they are clubbed together. Animal and horse are clubbed together as well, right? This is human text. It is converted into a mathematical or a intermediary representation called as vector embeddings. This is what is used by RAG based solutions to find out the relevant context. Okay. So why is important? Provides text-based retrieval on semantic meaning. So remember I talked about semantic search. Semantic search uses vector embeddings to find out the relevant context. Okay. And it is used to augment prompts. So the prompts are augmented using the vector embeddings. And the more higher dimensionality or higher accuracy the word embeddings are, it leads to better context. So let's look at RAG in action. Okay. There are two steps to RAG. The first is a data ingestion workflow. Okay, so let's say you have a corporate data lake, or you have a document lake, or you have a repository of documents that is denoted by this data source. The RAG engine, what it does is it breaks down these documents into smaller pieces or smaller chunks. Okay, these are passed through a embeddings model. In our case, it's the Amazon Titan embeddings model. Each of the words in the document is stored, or the document is stored in a vector format in a vector store. Okay, vector store, you can think about it as a database that is capable of storing words as vectors or numerical representation of words. Now the second is the text generation workflow. So what happens is, let's say you are a user, or there is a user who asks a question, right? That question in plain English language is passed to a word embeddings model. In our case, it is Titan word embeddings. This prompt that the or the question that the user has given is also converted into a numerical representation. Okay, it's called as an embedding representation. Using semantic search, which is a mathematical way of comparing two vectors or two numbers, it gets the context from the vector store. So now vector store has documents which are relevant for your organization or for your company. Based on the prompt you have given, it is converted into numerical format. Using semantic search, which uses a concept called as cosine similarity, it will try to find out the most relevant context from a vector store, and that context is returned by the vector store. What happens after this is, there is user's input is combined with this context. The prompt is augmented. Again, it is passed to the large language model or the foundation model, and the response is generated. So essentially, there are two models that are in play over here. The first is a embeddings model, which is converting English text into numerical representation or mathematical representation. And there is a second large language model or a foundation model. What it does is it takes the user's input, which is the prompt, also takes the context which has been retrieved from the vector store. The prompt is augmented with the context and the user input. Then the large language model responds to your gives a response which is much more relevant, which is much more contextual to what you are expecting. Okay. So the challenge that comes when you are implementing RAG is you have multiple data sources, creating vector embedding for a large volume of data, incremental updates to the vector stores. There is a lot of coding effort involved, then scaling the retrieval mechanism, and then orchestrating this entire workflow is a big challenge. What at AWS we have is something called as knowledge bases for Amazon Bedrock. What it does is it provides a capability to use maybe Aurora, maybe RDS, OpenSearch, Neptune, MemoryDB, Redis, and the list keeps on increasing to use as a vector store. Okay, so what the knowledge bases for Bedrock does is it has a fully managed support for end-to-end RAG workflow. So whatever workflow we saw earlier, there is a complete support for end-to-end process. Okay, and it securely connects foundation models and agents to your data sources, easily retrieves relevant data and augment prompts. Okay, so it is able to easily retrieve the relevant data from your vector store and augment the prompts, and it provides source attribution, basically saying where did it get the information. Okay, so one important thing with GenAI applications is that the response should be supported by source attribution, meaning from where did the or from which document did the large language model retrieve the information, right, or the output. So the knowledge basis for Amazon Bedrock, it takes care of all these challenges which we saw earlier. Okay. So that was the end of my presentation. I hope you are all excited to do hands-on and use retrieval augmented generation based solution to build your own GenAI applications. Over to you, Shipriya.
You, Amit. I think you covered most of it on, whatever is required for Manasa to kind of take up here on. I would quickly request Manasa to introduce herself and, take on the session here on. I think she's taken up the first one and wonderfully, and many of you kind of gave the feedback for it. So over to you, Manasa. Manasa will start with the problem statements and everything. And meanwhile, I'll be putting up a short survey poll in the chat itself and would request all of you to kind of take it up. The survey would be on in the next 5 minutes. Just please do take up the survey as it will help you with the hands-on practice itself. Over to you, Mansa.
Okay, thank you, Shivpriya. Thank you, Amit, for such a grateful and it was a very beautiful presentation with which was very informative. I'm pretty sure that everybody has got the idea of this rag, what we are trying to do. The only thing left part is to just get a hands on that. So thank you for it. And I am Manasa S, and I'm Gen specialist at Nuvepro. So I'll be the one to take you through this hands-on session, the workshop, which is based on a rack. So let's get started with the great energy. So before that, just give a thumbs up that if you're able to access the skill bundle, everything. Just feel free to post your queries or troubles you're facing while accessing to the skill bundle. Our team would be helping you to resolve that.
You can have the portal URL over there in the chat. The username would be your registered mail ID, and the password would be as the one mentioned over here.
ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರಿಯಾ?
I just request the guest to kindly please mute while we are in between the session. Thank you so much. Yes, we have the URL. The username would be your registered mail ID, and the password would be cloudlabs123 and dollar sign. Please try and register, and please try to register with your registered email ID with which you've registered for the event. If you're using your personal one, you wouldn't be able to kind of retrieve it. The access is given to your email ID, which is registered for the event. Let us know once the registrations are done.
Yeah, so I request participant to if they face any issue, do please share your email in the chat box, and our backend support team will look into the skill bundle access issue. Maybe it could be a registration thing, or maybe you're new to this enrollment. I will do the enrollment from backend. Thank you.
If anybody having a trouble to access the skill bundle, just post your email ID in the chat. And the email ID, you have to use it to log in as whatever the email ID you have used initially to register for this workshop.
The poll is also live in the chat. Meanwhile, everybody who has got the access, I please request to kind of take up the poll, which would help us in understanding the most effective measures for learning generative AI. You'll be able to see the poll in the chat. I hope most of you have got the access. Let us know if anyone has not got the access, and the support team will take it up.
So, okay. So we'll be getting hands-on exercise here on the RAG concept. But before that, we have a scenario, more of a, like a problem statement, what we'll be solving today. And I'm pretty sure that Amit has covered a lot of information on retrieval augmented generation, why the concept is important in that case, and which are the different ways other than RAG that can be used to customize your or customize your model and everything. So our problem statement today is that let's say, assuming I'm an intern in Nuvepro, and now I have joined as a fresher, but now I need to know more about Nuvepro company. So in that case, I can go to some of the models there. I believe most of you have used different models like ChatGPT, Claude, and you have the experience of it. You have used for your daily task to assist you with your queries or trying out different use cases. You have used for your daily use cases, even for a learning purposes also. But what if I do the same thing, if I go and ask about Nuvepro in with the model might answer, might not answer. And the reason for that would be two things. One is the cutoff data for the model. Every model has a cutoff data, and post that date, whatever the cutoff has been there for that model, the model cannot answer post that cutoff date. Other reason would be it could be a private data. So Nuvepro might have a private data. A lot of information of Nuvepro would be in the private. It is not publicized. For example, you need to know about what are the case studies or surveys, products, much more. What in the recent achievements or a recent case studies that has been or articles published by Nuvepro. In that case, model, of course, it would be not be knowing that. So in that case, that is where this RAG concept comes into the picture. So this is our problem statement. So let's learn this, how to build some application and augment our data document and then query to that model. And we'll also see whether the model can answer whichever the question before augmenting our data into the model. So we'll be using two models here. One is LLM and another one is the embeddings model. LLM, we are using the Claude model, which is from Anthropic. To be precise, we are using Claude 3 Sonnet model, and we are accessing that model through Amazon Bedrock. You can see, I believe that Amazon Bedrock insights have been covered by Amit also. And the reason why we are using this Claude 3 Sonnet model from the Bedrock is that it's a simple process where you can access different cutting edge models at one place. So now today we are using Claude 3 Sonnet model. And coming to embedding model, we are using the Titan, Amazon Titan model. So it's, you can see here which are the currently supported models in the Amazon Bedrock platform. Today, like I mentioned, we are using Claude 3 Sonnet and Amazon Embeddings 1. So this is what we are going to use today. You'll get to understand why the embedding model is important. To tell a overview or a higher outline why this embeddings model is important is, that is the reason, that is the main reason where your text or the document, whatever you provided to the model, it needs to be converted such that model can understand that. So in other words, this embedding model is responsible to convert whatever the text you give it to the model through document will be converted into numerical representation, which could act as a vectors. So let's get started with this hands-on exercise. I believe most of you can see the start guided project or continue project. Since I have continue project, I'll click on that. And meanwhile, if you're facing any trouble, ping in the chat. So go there, click on start lab. Your lab will be started. It will take some time since you're starting the first time. So wait for some time. Then you would be seeing this go to lab button where I'm hovering here, which I have hovered right now. This go to lab. Click on that. Then you will be directed to the your lab. So in the meantime, assuming that still it's loading, I'll be telling what is in the right side. So this basically covers what are we doing in this hands-on in this workshop. So in this rack concept, we'll just set up AWS Bedrock runtime because that's where we are accessing the Claude 3 Sonnet model. And we'll call that model using Bedrock API. And we'll use Amazon Titan model for embeddings and vectorizing the data there. Then you can see these three concepts here, which is performed in a RAG, retrieving relevant information, augmenting that response and prompt, and generating the augmented responses by the Claude model. So this is what we'll be covering in the hands-on. So now, assuming that everybody has got this Go to Lab button now, click on that. Just whenever, if you are able to open the lab successfully, put a thumbs up there so we can recognize how many of you have logged in successfully or get to see this lab successfully. If you don't get, if you get some error, like if you cannot reach the page kind of error, just wait for some time. It will reload by default and you can see the lab. I'll wait for a few seconds so that everybody has got the lab set up. How about giving a thumbs up if you have logged in successfully? Let us know if you're not able to access it also. So I have come back to the Moodle to show where you can start the lab. I'll start from a home page itself. Okay, right now I'm in the home page. Hope everybody are in the home page who are not able to access it. So under the hands-on exercise, I'm going to click this lab. You can either see start guided project or continue project here. So click on that. And after some while, you can see the start lab button. So if you've already started, no need to start it again. It will load it. So now when you can see this go to lab button, click on that, then you can be directed to the lab. So today we are going to, okay, let me be in the role. Like I said, I'm an intern at Nuvepro, so I need to know about Nuvepro recent achievements and everything. So there is a PDF I have. So I'll be taking that. I'll be giving it to the Claude model, and I'm asking different queries to the Claude model so that I can understand in a much more better manner regarding the information about Nuvepro. So I can get to know Nuvepro company more. So that is what we are going to do. Okay, now I think everybody has logged into the lab successfully. Let me get started. So in this, you will be covering 4 steps. The first step would be you will create a client for Bedrock service because you are accessing the model from Amazon Bedrock. So whatever the services you are accessing from AWS, you need to create a client for it. That will be using the Boto 3 Amazon SDK. So we'll get to the programmatically later, but I'm just giving the higher outline here. And the second step would be you will access the Claude model to be specific Claude 3 Sonnet model from Amazon Bedrock itself. So you'll call that by specifying the model ID and certain model configurations or properties of that. So post that, that's where we'll start with the retrieval augmented generation implementation. So this is where you'll take up a data, know about Nuvepro, let's say, because I want to know about Nuvepro. That is our problem statement, let's say. So I'm going to take that. So there are steps to follow whenever you take up some document and you give it to the model and you query something about that and you get the answer for that based on the document you have given to the model. But under the hood, there would be a lot of different rules would be there that you need to follow before sending the document to the model. There are a lot of different stack of rules that we'll be seeing here. We'll be doing that also, don't worry. I was just giving a higher outline here. And the next or the last step would be whatever the user asks about the document, we'll create one method such that we can give a query as a parameter, and every time we can call the model and get the answer based on the document. So I hope you have got the higher outline about giving a thumbs up for it. All right, that's a very good start. Let's explore, let's learn together how this application can be built. So more of a like we'll query the document. It's more of a like QA. We'll query the document and we'll get to know about Nuvepro more. So let me start with the first step. First thing, we need to create a client for Bedrock. So before doing that, we need to import the Boto 3 library, which is AWS SDK. Let me increase the window size so that you can able to see clearly. This Boto 3 is used for accessing the AWS services seamlessly. So another one is the JSON. That is because we are handling the data, this requesting or getting responses from the model in the JSON format. So that is why we are using JSON library. And the next step would be connecting to Bedrock. So now we have imported the libraries. And let me know if you want me to slow down or anything in the chat, feel free to say that. And the next step would be connecting to Bedrock. So in order to do that, our service name for Amazon Bedrock is the Bedrock runtime. You can see in the explanation here. And we are accessing that service in this region, US East 1. So we need to specify this parameter while creating the client. So I'm going to say using Boto 3, I'm going to create a client. Now I'm specifying the service name too. That is Bedrock runtime. Hope you're following along with me. Our region name is US East 1. Be sure to specify it. Now I'm assigning this to one variable. Let's keep a Bedrock runtime itself as a variable so that no confusions can occur. Good. Now we have imported the libraries. Let's run that. Okay, before running, I can see some of you can see that select kernel here. So in that case, if the kernel is not selected, just click on that. You can see one kernel appearing here. Select that. Since I've already selected, I was able to directly go. Okay. So I repeat about the kernel. Go here. If there is a select kernel, click on that. You can see one kernel appearing here. Click on that. Select that, then you will be with a Python 3.10.12. All right, now we have imported the libraries. Now you know why it is both of the libraries have been used here. Then we'll connecting to the Bedrock. We have already connected the Bedrock. So, okay. I see something is missing. Let me check that. Okay, syntax error.
I think you should use underscore instead of hyphen, I guess.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now we have covered the first step. Sorry, that was a silly mistake. And the second step would be accessing the Claude model. In order to access that, like I mentioned, you need to define the model configurations also, like more of like a properties of it, which version or how many tokens you need. And another thing is you need to invoke the model. Since it is in the Bedrock, we'll invoke the model using the client we have created. So meanwhile, by writing the code, I can explain you with that thing. Okay, first would be we'll call a model. Just a second. I'm not able to find my cursor here.
Just a request, can you first explain the code and then write it down to be easier to understand?
Sure. No problem. Okay, all right. We need to create a method for this. So we can directly extract the response from the model. So what all thing that could be in the method is that first you can see this prompt configurations. You'll define the model properties or the configurations here, which version it is in the bedrock and how many tokens you need to get the response out of it. And there is a format for defining the model configurations. It varies depending on the different models. So in Anthropy case, you can see these messages. You have to define this template where you will have a role, me as a user. This role can be variable also. It can be assistant or a system. Now I'm querying it, so I'll say user. You can set up a role for assistant also, or a system message. Like for example, I'll just give you the example. If a role would be a system, like okay, you are a GenAI expert, and you need to answer whatever the query I give it to you. So in that case, you'll keep a role as a system message. You'll just give that context or some objective to the model. It's more of a like that. So that is why we use that role. So now let's stay with the user role only, which is we, whatever we are trying to query, and what content we are trying to query. The content we are trying to query is a text, not the image or a vision here. So it's more of a like a text. So that's why it's a type text. And that text is the prompt. So whatever you ask to the model, that is called as a prompt. Whichever you query to the model, like it's more of like an input to the model. So that is called as a prompt. So that whatever the text you have said, so that is nothing but the prompt. So now we are done with the model configurations. Now you have to define a model ID. What model ID? Each model has its own ID for Haiku, Sonnet, Opus, or Claude 2, Claude Instant, many more. Each has its respective model ID. So since I'm using Claude 3 Sonnet, I've defined that ID. And then this accept and content type is more of a like a how your JSON data, how your data should be traveled to the model and get the response. It's more of a like a request and response. So that data, whatever you are giving to the model and getting from the model, I'm telling it to be in a JSON format. And that is one of the reasons why I have used the JSON library there. And next part would be now we have to input the model. We have defined the model characteristics, configurations, everything. Now I have to call that model. So in that case, whatever you defined, so that is exactly used in this while invoking. We'll specify the model ID here, the properties of that model, and how the data should be requested or get the response from. Or whatever we have defined earlier, that is what we'll input here. So instead of putting directly here, it's a best practice to store it in a variable and then just giving a assigning a value to it by creating a variable. So if since that is a best practice, this code is like this, and then we'll get the response. So that response would be in a JSON format. You will whatever the response you get, you can see we'll try to print it out. So you'll understand why we have used this get content in that we are extracting the text there. So we'll understand why we have done that. Let's not complex with that. Let's not just directly print it out the code here. Let's understand why we are extracting like that. So hope you got the idea of what this method could involve here. And the explanation is also given here. Okay. I think I've covered the explanations. Yeah, somebody was saying.
Yeah, Manas, I have a question here. The one which we are creating the chatbot right now, the input is in the JSON format. Okay, but is this model or the usage will only helpful for the JSON format of file?
No, nothing like that. More of a like you are keeping the formatting for that response and the requesting so that you can, for example, here while extracting the response here, you can see this body and the content, whatever you're trying to dig up more, and we are trying to choose only that format or the key there. So when it is in the JSON format, we would be able to recognize where the response is generating. So that is why it's a best practice to have a JSON. But most of the time we have done trying in a JSON format.
Okay.
Okay. Let me refresh the lab. I'm not able to get the cursor here. Refresh ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Just a moment. Give me a second, I'll reconnect. All right. Sorry for that hiccup. I had problem with, yes. Okay, all right. So let's define this Claude method. So whatever we are giving input is called as prompt. So now we'll set up the prompt configurations or the model configurations. Okay, I'm defining prompt configuration. First one would be my anthropic version. You need to start with a string. Sorry for that. So I'm defining the anthropic version of it. It's, I guess it's 2023 by 3.1. Okay. All right. Now next string would be our maximum tokens. Start with a string. You have to encode it inside the string. And I'm keeping maximum tokens to 1000. And our next string would be the messages. So this is important so that the model can understand. Okay. Or model can understand the context here. So we have two keys here. One would be role and another would be the content. Let me try here. Okay. Our role would be user. And like I mentioned earlier, there are different roles. We'll stick it to the user for now. And in the case of content, we need to define two two keys here. One would be the type. What type are we sending it to the model? Since it is a text based, I'm just asking a text format query. I'm just saying type is whatever the input I'm giving is text format, and that text is nothing but prompt. So you can see that I'm accessing that as a parameter for this method. So that's why I'm giving it here. Now, don't forget with the commas and everything.
So Manasa, there is a
uh,
typo in the variable name, prompt underscore. It is supposed to be config, I guess. The variable name, prompt underscore config.
Thank you, Adarsh. Okay, I think we are good to go. So our next step would be whatever the data we are sending, like a request and a response we are getting. Asking it to be in the JSON format. So in that case, I'm saying my application in the JSON format. The same thing goes to content, that also should be in the JSON format. So whatever the this prompt configurations we have defined, that should be put up in the body. Why? Because whenever you invoke the model, that method, whenever you invoke the model with the Bedrock runtime client, there would be a parameter saying as a body. So for there, that is where you'll put up this prompt configuration here. So that's why we are storing that into the body variable. And just dumping the prompt configuration. Now, another thing to not forget is to define a model ID. So I'll just take a look on the model ID. Give me a moment. Since we're using the Claude 3 Sonnet model, I'm using that model ID. So Anthropic Claude 3 Sonnet. Okay. Anthropic Claude Sonnet, and the number was, I believe, 2024 and 0229. I'm using the version 1. So this is more of like a model ID, whichever defined in or Amazon Bedrock. Yeah, I'm correct. So let's move on. Now we have defined the model ID and the model configurations. Now our job is to take a Bedrock runtime client, and I'm invoking the model. There is a method to invoke model, and you have to include certain parameters there. Like I mentioned, there is a body parameter where you put the model configurations there. So since I've already put it in the mod body variable that value everything, or the JSON data, let's say, I'm assigning that to this body parameter. And another thing is would be model ID. And I'm assigning that model ID. It would be nice to write a same parameter and assign a value for it so that you won't get more confused there. So accept, I've already defined that. You can directly put up here. I'm just storing it in a variable, that's all. Accept. And one last thing, content type. That is also Now,
Content type was the output, right? Hello?
that's input, request. Accept is the response. Sorry, can you come up with your question again?
Yeah, I got confused between accept and content types. Accept is the request or response?
Accept is the response.
Accept is the
So
response.
accept is
So
something
accept is
like
something like
whatever the
whatever
data format that we
the
request from
data
the
format that we request from the.
So you're asking whether the accept is a request or a response.
Yeah.
I cannot. So as the name suggests, it's accept is more of a like accepting the response you get it from the model. So content type is whatever the data you're sending it to the model. So you can keep the idea like that. Hope I
Okay.
answered your question.
Yeah.
So let me read the response now. I mentioned earlier that we'll print the data, why we are extracting data like that. So this part of code here, the extracting the result and all everything based on the key here. I'll just print it this. You'll get to know why we are extracting like this. So first thing would be we are reading out the response. So Claude response would be in the key format. It's more of like a key and value. You have to find that where is it. So in that case, I'm getting the response body from, I need to show it in the variable here. So this is the response. I'm assigning it to the response variable. Whatever the response you are getting, that would be in a response body format. There would be a long JSON data there. You need to find the response in that. So I'm saying it as a response body, and I am loading whatever the data I have got. Response dot get body, and I need to read that. All right, let me print this to show you. Well, I try to print in a loop format so that you can see the dict. Okay, let me run this before jumping into extract result. Okay, all right, I need to call that. Let me call the model there. Let's say my prompt is hello, just for reference. And I'm going to print the response, whatever I get from the model. Our model name was called Claude 3 Sonnet, and I'll pass the prompt. All right, now let's print that. You can see the response. Okay, let's see what it is.
I think in that
Okay,
name,
zero.
I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
given as O, right? O instead of 0.
Oh, yeah, correct. Sorry for the typo error. Okay, now you can see this. Okay, let me start with first ID and the role assistant. Okay, assistant, which I mentioned earlier. Now we are using the role that is user, Claude 3 Sonnet, content, type, text, hello, whichever the prompt we passed that. And inside that, you'll be having the response there. So now I'm going to extract the response. So now I'm going to comment it this out. So whatever the response I'm extracting, I'll be storing it in a results variable. Response that is in the response body. I'm going to extract from there. So I'm saying get the context. If you are still interested to see, you can type it each of this. You can print the response body dot get context. You can still see the JSON format or a JSON data inside that context key. There would be a nested key value pairs there. So in that, I need the first one, and you'll understand why we are trying to extract like this. And the second,
Manasa, it's not a context pick, it's a content. Content. Yes.
thank you, Arj. And we are extracting the text. Then, since it's a method, I'll just return it. Return the results. Results are a response from the model. So I'm going to run this. Let's see the response. Not able to run now. Okay, good. Now we made some good progress. You can see the response getting from the model here. Hello, how can I assist you today? So since our problem statement is to ask about Nuvepro, since I want to know more about Nuvepro, let me ask.
Can you scroll up once?
Yeah. You want to scroll a bit more?
No, that's it. That's it.
I just want to know what are the offerings of Nuvepro technologies. So let me run this. I really apologize for my laptop. I'm facing some issues here. Not able to run. I thought to run
Maybe
this
you
in a
can try
different cell.
Shift Enter. Shift Enter should run the
That,
cell.
that works in Jupyter. Okay, good point. Okay, you can see the response here. Company, unfortunately, I do not have enough factual information here. So you got the context here. So it does not know about Nuvepro offerings here. So let me move on. Now we'll do this drag magic here. Just give me a second. I'll refresh my page.
Manasa, seems like your shift key might be pressed. Could you please press and try?
No, I'm not able to collapse the lab cell. Okay, now it worked. You were talking about the shift enter for
No, no, no.
Running the cell?
No, not running the cells. Sometimes your keyboard, that shift key might be pressed. So at the time you will face such issue.
Okay.
Yeah, Manas, I
Thanks for
think we can try for now. Otherwise, you can shift to somebody else's laptop.
It's better if I shift the laptop.
Yeah, I think we can just take a couple of minutes and you can shift to somebody else's laptop.
Okay,
So,
sorry
yeah,
for
yes,
this.
we'll continue with that query. Just give us a couple of minutes till Manas.
Manasa, I couldn't see the print statement below the third step. That means the second step.
Sorry, can you come up with that question again?
Yeah, I couldn't see the print statement, like the prompt we are printing, right? With the help of the function.
You want me to show that cell you are asking?
Yeah, that like after I'm trying that, like I couldn't able to see the print statement. The content which you see in a below the terminal, right?
Okay, the output you mean.
Yes.
Can you send us your screenshot? I think maybe
Sure.
some indentation issue there.
No.
Okay, send your
No, it's giving me
snapshot.
the thing. Okay, sure.
I shifted laptop. Need to share the screen now.
Right.
Is anybody asking the question there?
Manasa, I think your voice is a little low over here while you're using this one. Just probably check on the mic once. Rest, we can see your screen
Okay, how about now?
better.
Okay, now let's move on to next step. That is would be our next step would be, I think we have done with calling the model and get the response. So now next step would be this RAG implementation. So you have got the context here why there is a reason why that it is called as retrieve augmented generation. So retrieve is more of a like take the user query, whatever the query you put it to the model, it takes that and it will convert into the numerical representation. In other words, more of a like a it embeds into vectors, and then this augmentation comes here and augments. What it does is it takes the prompt and whatever the data it has been got from the vector store, it combines it, then it sends to generator. So this generator is more of a like it sends this whatever the augmented prompt and user query and the relevant docs retrieved. retrieved the LLM. Here, in this case, Claude 3 Sonnet model. And using this, it's more of a like saying to the model, hey there, take this context and provide me the answer for this query. And then the model can answer based on the context you're providing. More of a like when you're sending in the last step, you'll be sending like a prompt template there to the model and you'll get the response there. So that is the idea, which is in the pictorial format here. So now in order to do that, first we need to have a Bedrock model. So for Bedrock, we are using the Amazon Titan model. So there is a library where Bedrock embeddings, which we are accessing through LangChain community, to be precise, LangChain community.embeddings. In that, we are accessing Bedrock embeddings there. I'm defining these parameters so that I can access this Amazon title embedding model. So let's go there. Like I said, in order to get the Bedrock embeddings, we need to access that in LangChain community. To be precise, in the embeddings, you can see that suggestion that is getting and import Bedrock embeddings. Okay, now we'll set up a Amazon Titan model. We'll store it in the embeddings, which is the major goal is to embed the document. So from this library, which is called Bedrock embeddings, I'm going to define two parameters where I'm saying in this Bedrock client, our service or client name was Bedrock runtime, which is same as a service name. So I'm defining that. Next parameter would be model ID, where I'm giving the Amazon Titan embeddings model ID. So I can see the
Manasa,
yes.
in this case, then we are using two models, right? One is Cloud 3 Sonnet for Amazon,
Yes.
for accessing of Amazon Bedrock, and another one is for retrieval purpose. We are using another model with Amazon embedded text.
Yes, yes. Both are accessed through Bedrock API itself.
Okay, clear.
Correct. Okay, now we have defined this. Hope everybody has done that step.
So there is a correction in the first line, Manasa. That import statement, I think it should be from. Yeah, we are calling from LangChain community. Right?
Yes, yes, correct. Correct. Thanks for that. So I'll be just filling this previous cells here. Okay, I think it's already defined here so that I just wanted to make sure so that I don't get error in future there. Okay. Now the next step would be, now we have defined this Amazon Titan embedding model. Now the next step would be, under the hood, what are the things we are going to do is that we'll take the document, we'll load that document, we'll split that into chunks, we'll split that into parts, which we call it as a chunks in this language. And then we'll convert all these chunks into numerical representation, which then this will be stored in a database. That database is called as a vector database. In that database, when it is stored everything, so this database is responsible where whatever the query you make, that query is going to this database to find the relevant chunks or the relevant data here. So based on that, you will get the response here. So that is what we are doing here in programmatically. So now our first step would be loading the document. Our document is in a PDF format. So in that case, you can see the, be sure of this PDF name and all everything. So let me load the document here.
Can you
I'll
first
just give
explain
you,
the code and then
yeah. Exactly. I was going to do that. So here, whatever the PDF we have, which is named as Know About Nuvepro, since I want to know that, I'm using this library initially, which was called as a PyMU PDF. Using this, I'm opening this PDF to extract the text basically. So in that, I'll open the page number in each of the page number, whatever the document. So this doc is nothing but the PDF here. This doc is nothing but the PDF here. And when you print this page number, you can see that page number exactly of that PDF. So we are not printing it. I'm just giving you the why we are using that page number there. So then we are appending whatever the text we are getting in each of the pages. We are appending it to the some variable called as PDF text. So that is what we are going to do it now. So it's more of a like you take a document, you just convert, because some model can have the images or different fonts and all everything. We just wanted to make sure whatever we query, that should be that's supposed to be, so that the model can understand that. That is our goal. So that's why we are extracting the only text from the document. So we'll start with that first.
Manasa, just one question. Sorry to
Okay.
disturb. Just about to these, you have described one of the big. There is a load, split, and embedded and store, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, what exactly the difference between the split and embedded? The split in the sense that whatever the document format we have, it will split those document into one, like categorize the JSON file together into one and PDF into one or something like that, right?
No,
Uh,
no. Okay, I'll give you the context here and I'll answer to the question also. So, whatever the symbols you're seeing, the first one would be the code, and second
mm,
one is a PDF, then image, Excel sheet, JSON, URLs, whatever it is. Any type of data document you can take that. You will load that document to the model. But before loading that model cannot understand directly whatever the document you have given to it. So in that case, let's say if I need to understand the research paper, like if there are a pile of research stack of research papers, I need to go through. I cannot take the whole research paper stack and put it to the model directly. I need to break it down. I need to break it down into the parts. I have to give each parts. So it's more of like you take one document. It's more of like let's assume a document is one complete box. So we'll divide that box into different units. Ultimately it's one document. You'll just split it up, you'll just divide into parts. Then you'll convert into numerical representation, and you'll store that numerical represented chunks in the database, which is called as a vector store. Oh, you got the context there.
Yeah, yeah. In this case, this retrieval concept comes in the splitting area, you mean?
No, okay, I'll tell you this. So RAG, the first retrieval is more of a like when you do all this embeddings, everything, under the hood, what it happens is when you query something to the model, if you ask, here we are using Claude model as a LLM. Now I'll be asking something related to to that document. So retrieval takes the query or the prompt what you have put up. It takes that, it will convert into numerical representation. It goes to the vector store, which where our chunks are stored in the numerical format. It goes to that vector store. It finds the similar or whichever the relevant data to that query you have asked. So that
Okay.
job is done by the retrieval. Then
Okay.
augmentation comes here. It combines both prompt and the retrieved data from the vector store. That then sends it to the generator. So then the role of augmentation is done. In case of generator, whatever the combined augmented you have, which acts as a prompt template, which is the prompt where you can see that prompt whichever you asked and the relevant data, which is the combined format, both of it. Then this will be passed on to the language model, here in this case Claude. So using this whole prompt template, the Claude generates you to the answer. That's why when you have some document, when you ask something about it, you cannot see the exact statement whatever it is in the document. You can see that rephrased version, or the model is trying to explain in its own words. So this is what it is. This generator helps to do that.
Okay, clear, clear. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Manasa, if I can just add, if we go below, I think everyone will get that chunking part because it is already there in the code. There we have given that the chunk size is 1000 with an overlap. So essentially, the PDF file that we are currently uploading will be broken down into chunks of 1000. They will be, I mean, that is chunking part, splitting part. And the other part, these individual chunks will be converted into a floating point number. That is the embedding part. So breaking the file into chunks based on the size that we specify is the splitting part. Converting them into a floating number is the embedding part.
Yeah, thank you. Clear, clear.
Oh, thank you for that. So now you have the idea of how to load and why do we need to extract only the text from it. So we'll just import the library responsible for it. That is PyMU PDF. Now, when you're importing, you need to import in the fits form, which is now it is called as fits. Then I am giving the PDF location. Since it's relevant path, it directly looks as I'm directly assigning the PDF itself. But the path might change. So that's why it's a PDF location it is. So I'm just going to copy the relative path here and I'm pasting it in the PDF location. So then I'm going to open that open that document. I've already defined the PDF location there. So when I open, I'm calling it as a doc. Now I need to extract the text. So for page num in doc, we have to define a PDF text before assigning the value to it. So I'm keeping the variable name as itself. So PDF text, I'm assigning some null value there, empty string. So now I'm going to assign a value for it. PDF text, I'm going to append whatever the text we are getting or extracting. I'm going to store it in the PDF text. So in the page now, in each page, so that is what is representing as a page now, I'm going to extract text in the get text method. So let me run this. Good. Our next step would be breaking that document. Now we have the text in our hands. It could be more size, the large size or a small size. Now, irrespective of the size, we have to break it down into the chunks. And also we can define the chunk size also. That is what we are going to do it now. So this breakdown into chunks part. So this is where you will split the text or split the document. So for that, we are using the library from LangChain, that is recursive character text splitter. Using this, we'll split the text or the document what we have in the text format now, because we have already extracted in the text format now. Just assume whatever the document we have, it is in the text format because we have already converted or extracted text out. So this chunk size is basically, it's more of a like, if I have a 1000 assigned value to this, it means 1000 characters of that chunk size. Whatever you are splitting the document into different chunks, it means each chunk as 1000 characters each. And then chunk overlap is 60. What exactly is that? So when you divide the or split the document into different chunks of 1000 characters each, if there are no overlaps, each chunk does not have a connection at all. So if you have 1000 characters in one chunk, if the chunk overlap is like 100, So the next chunk, the first chunk would be 1,000 characters. The next chunk would be also 1,000 characters, but it starts with the last 60 or the last 100 characters. If I say chunk overlap is 100, okay, let's stick on to the 60 itself. A chunk overlap is 60. So the next chunk would start from last 60 characters from first chunk, so that each chunk has a connection, more of like a bridge, building a bridge, so that each chunk has the context of previous chunks. So that is why this chunk overlap is important. So then after we have defined how to split, and we are using the library for it, and how much chunks the characters, each chunk should have, how many characters, and how much it should overlap. Now we have to split that. So we are splitting that. Yeah.
Yeah, Manasa, is there any limit for the chunk size? Minimum and then maximum?
Well, that's really interesting question.
Okay,
We have done with 1,000 characters as the max. I think we can try it for different, we can increase the chunk size too.
Sure.
But the ideal would be not too less, not too maximum. I'll tell you why. Because the reason we are splitting the document is because the document is very large. So we'll try to keep it. So that's why we are splitting the document into chunks. So we'll try to keep it in a ideal or a minimal number. So that's where we have kept it for 1,000. But you're still welcome to try it for a different thing. That's, by the way, that was really interesting question. So then, so for that, like I said, we are using recursive character text splitter. I'm accessing that through LangChain using text splitter. I'm importing that library.
Manasa, meanwhile, if I can just add on to the max size requirement, that should be the max size cannot be more than what the model context size is. For example, for a ChatGPT 3.5, the context size is 4096. So the chunk size cannot be more than that. Minimum depends on our application.
Or the model.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Tanu. The thing is like, I think they are suggesting to keep the chunk sizes like minimum. So that will give you the the exact value.
Yeah, if we go too low, then
the prediction would be
we will lose the context.
Yes.
It'll be like reducing it to a single character. For example, in the extreme, this 1,000 is going to be the number of characters. Please remember that. So when we are trying to match which one will be the appropriate part of the document that will help answering that particular question, that is why we are splitting it. So we have to answer that particular question. So reasonable size should be based on how many characters in the PDF document will reasonably contribute towards an input, an appropriate input for the question. So depending on our context, we need to decide that, but max cannot be more than the context size of the model that we are considering.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Here the chunk size, since they have mentioned it is 1,000 character, in case if the document what we are going to feed in doesn't have categories of this maximum set in, so how the split will happen? Example, I have a PDF which doesn't have this 1,000 character at all.
Then we need to reduce it.
You have to decide.
Yeah.
No. This is a programming part. We can decide it, but the user doesn't know the implementation what is been set, right? See, I am a programmer. I can know the 1,000 is a chunk size, so I can feed the PDF which is satisfying this one. But if I share this UI example, I have converted this implementation into user interface, and I have shared this to the people for the betterment of the usefulness. Then how they'll get to know this categorization being done?
Chaitra, it all happens on what exactly is the use case which you are giving this program to. So, for example, if you are giving this to a pharma company and you know what exactly is the document sizes, what exactly is the byte sizes which they will have, as compared to, say, for example, if you are giving it to a car car manufacturer, it will be entirely different. So
In that case,
you will be doing
yeah.
your planning accordingly.
Okay, in that case, before we are sharing this to across other, then we have to set the precondition to also to them. We have to share this information to them too.
No,
What
no.
are
As
the
part of your planning and analysis, you will actually factor in whomever you are catering to.
okay? Yeah, clear. Thank you.
Hello, hi Chaitra. Actually, like for suppose if you're having chunk size is 1000, so if we upload any document, if it is larger than 1000, then only it will chunk into small pieces. For suppose if you give a document which having 700, then it will become one chunk. That's it. Whenever it is like beyond the 1000, then it will chunk into two chunks.
Okay, in that case, the
That's it.
split will not happen directly. It will go to the embedded.
Yeah, that's it. It
Yes,
will be
exactly.
Yeah,
a
yeah,
single
perfect.
chunk. That's it.
Yeah, clear.
Yes.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
And typically for RAG scenario, the documents that we will be feeding in will be too large. For example, if it is for a particular organization that we want to create the chatbot for, we would be uploading all the knowledge base into the RAG and would want the chatbot to answer from that. So typically, the amount of documents that we will feed into the RAG will be large. This question of whether it will be less than 1000 may not arise. And if it is going to be 1000, 2000, or actually if it is going to be less than 4096 for a chat GPT 3.5, then we don't require RAG at all, because you can directly upload in a single prompt the particular file and ask questions from it. It will easily answer that. And this RAG comes into picture only when you want to customize the GPT with a larger domestic content. I hope this helps.
Also, these concepts comes under the dividend conquer thing. Like it's similar to the dividend conquer. So if how much like we are going to be dividing, so based on that, the search is going to be happen. So yep, it's similar to that. Thanks.
Right. Yeah. Great inputs, everyone. Let's continue in the interest of time.
Yeah, all right, let's continue. Thanks for that. That's great content which you will share. So I'm importing this using this recursive character text splitter. I'm defining the chunk size here. I'm setting it to 1000. And the chunk overlap, I'm asking it to be 60. You can change it to 100 or 200. Okay, then since I've defined the chunk size and chunk overlap, now I'll split the text, whatever we have extracted. So using this text splitter, where I've connected to this recursive character text splitter, using that, I'm splitting the text. So initially we have appended all the text we have extracted to the PDF text. You can refer to the previous cell. So that is what I'm asking. Using this large text document, I'm asking it to split based on this chunk size and chunk overlap. So I'm running this. Okay, it's loading. So while it's running, meanwhile, I'll try to go to the next step. Then we can run it again. So next step would be we'll embed whatever the text or the chunks we have. and we'll store it in the database. That database we'll call it as a vector store because whatever the embeds we have done, it is called as a vectors. So that's why in the name vector store. So we are accessing, there are different vector stores where you can find the relevant data when you pass the query to the model, a relevant text or a similarity search you can do. There are different vector stores, namely pies or a chroma, pinecone, many more, to just to name a few. Now we are using this files document and we will be creating a vector store, local vector store, and I'm embedding the text, whatever I'm passing to it using this embeddings model. You can see this embedding parameter here. This embedding stands for, the value for this embedding is that whatever the model we have defined earlier, which is Amazon Titan, I'm passing that value there. So using that document, I'm asking it to embed and store it in the local vector store. So for that, first we'll import files that is also from LangChain community. You can see the suggestion itself and in the vector store. Oops. I'm importing files and I'm assigning whatever the embed that happens. I'm asking it to store in a vector store. So using this files, I'm going to text. So from text, whichever I have, I'm going to, when you hover here, you can see the parameters also sometimes. So based on that, we are passing this parameters and values for it. So you can pass embeddings directly, or you can just pass it like this, like my embedding is equals to embeddings. It is also fine to put up only embeddings also. So now let me run this. Okay, this has been okay. Everybody has done till step 3. Final step is left. So let it run. Let's leave it. I hope everybody has run it already. Now the final step would be have a method where you query to the model and get the response from. So the first would be, we'll create a method where you'll have the hello, am I audible? Okay, looks like we have an error. So let's see what it is. Internet connectivity problem. This could also be sometimes because of the lab duration, but okay, looks like okay. Let me check with that step. I'm facing trouble with this laptop too.
Just give it a moment, please. Let Tanushree fix the things which she is facing.
Yes. If you want to check through the other laptop, even that should be fine.
Okay. Should also share my screen because okay, sorry, this lab has It has to do with the invoke model endpoint. Whatever the accessing we are from AWS, it's because of the we're not able to access it because of this lab duration thing. So I'll just take it with other laptop where there is a lab duration still. So I'll go with the last step. This is to write a method. This is to write a method where you get a response from the prompt, whichever the query you pass. We'll create a method where whatever the text you have, whichever the query you send, if that query would be very long, that could also be broken down into chunks because sometimes whenever we ask query, if that is too long, that can also be broken down into chunks by the retriever. That role is also be done. So the next step would be after taking the query, will that query will goes to the vector store, will do a similarity search. More of a like it will find a relevant data there. So for that, whatever the query you have passed, I'll take that query and find the relevant data. If that query, whatever you pass, is broken down into chunks, that each chunks will be taken to the vector store to find the similar data or a relevant data. Then when you get that data, you'll put it in the context variable. You'll whatever the data relevant data you get, you'll take that and give it and put it to the context variable. So then you'll pass, now you have a relevant data retrieved by the database. Now you'll tell it to the model. So like I mentioned earlier, we'll prompt, will augment the query and also the context we have got. Like you'll send a prompt template to the language model. So in that case, it's good to define a prompt template where you'll give a more context. You'll just will be saying to the model that model, please use this context to give me the response from this for this query. It would also it gives even if you don't mention the prompt template, but I would suggest it is a good practice to go with the prompt template. So I'm just you can see this prompt template here where I'm saying use the following the pieces of text to answer the question. So I'm passing the context here and the chunk, which is your query, and then we'll send it to the model. That whatever the Claude model you're sending it, it is defined or getting response from this call Claude Sonnet method. So I'm passing there as a prompt, and then I'll get the response. Then I'll print it out. So for each chunk, we are trying to find a similarity search. So that's why when each chunk will get the relevant data, and it will finally combine everything and gives you the response. Only in the case if your query would be very long in that cases. So let me start with defining the, let me see the method name. Ask sonnet it is. Okay. Okay, ask sonnet. And the parameter we are passing whatever the query done by the user. Then next step would be splitting the query into smaller chunks. If at all the chunks is very large. In the text splitter, I'm I'm saying I'm using the same recursive character text splitter to split the chunk, just like how we split the document. I'm saying the chunk size 2000 only if it necessary. You can also we can also decrease the chunk size, since sometimes a query would be very less also. And the chunk overlap would be 60. I'm just giving the properties of earlier only. Okay, chunk size, chunk overlap. Okay, good. Now we'll divide the chunks and split the chunks of the query. So I'm using this text splitter where I've defined the properties of that, how to split and all everything. Then I'm asking it to split the text or the query we have passed. Now it's done. Now our next step would be not asking. Our next step would be finding a similar or a relevant data with respect to our query. So since we have already divided or split, I have written the code for splitting the query as a chunks. We'll keep that as a context and continue the code. So for chunk, whatever it is in the query chunks, telling to and whatever the relevant data I'm finding, I'm storing it in a docs. Where do I get that relevant data? That is which is stored in the vector store. So our vector store name is a local vector store. There we do a similarity search. We'll do a similarity search and then we'll pass our chunk. And this I'll tell you why this k is equals to 1 is used. This is when you pass the query to the model, that what does retrieval does is to whatever the query that is passed to the model, retrieval takes that query and finds relevant data, right, which is in the vector store. If I put k is equals to 4, it will find top most relevant data from that vector store. If I decrease it to 3, it's more of like top 3 similar relevant data to it. So I'm just keeping it to 1. You can keep it to, let's keep it to 2. It's okay.
Sorry,
And
hello, Mans.
yes,
The K is the temperature, right?
no, not in this parameter, sir.
Okay, but in the AWS, like the temperature, the range would be like 0 and
So
190.
that's a different
That's different.
parameter.
Okay.
That is okay. If you're talking about that parameter, that would be in the variable named as a temp that you can see when you are defining the model properties there. You can see when you are assigning, like earlier I have showed this prompt configuration, right? There we have set the maximum tokens to 1,000. There only we can define the maximum temperature also in that code snippet.
Okay.
Hope you got the context.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, got it. Yeah.
Okay, now.
Could you please explain what is K over here?
Yeah, okay. I'll repeat it out. So K is basically when you ask something, a query to the model, when you query to the model relevant to whatever which is present in the document. If you want something about it, when you query that, this retrieval takes your query and goes to the vector store and finds the relevant data. But if you want top 2 closest relevant data to your query, that is defined by this parameter. If my k is like 10, then that retrieval finds top 10 closest relevant data to my query. Hope you understood that.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So now, if we are assuming that our query is broken down into chunks, we'll do the similarity search for each chunks of our query. So whenever it finds relevant data, we'll try to merge that so that we get one complete context of our query, our one query. So that is why we are splitting. Since we are splitting, that is why we are whatever the query we get, we're joining that. The page context or doc in docs. Whatever we find in docs, I'm just merging it to one answer. So prompt, like I said, to be precise, it's more of like a prompt template here. So whatever the response we get, we'll store it in the responses. So since we'll be appending that, I'm creating a list for it. So I'll continue with this prompt template. Since I'll be giving the context for the model, I'm using the format string here, which is a good practice for it. So I'm saying use the following context to answer the question. Let it be general to answer the question. Okay, now I'm passing the context. You can see this. This is what we are passing here, context. And then my question is the query. So I'm differentiating very descriptively because the model should be understanding which is our query, which is the context to refer. So since for every chunk we are trying to find a context, I'm putting it as a chunk. And I'm expecting answer from the query, sorry, from the model. So now our prompt template defining is done. Now we'll call a model since we have to pass this prompt template to the model. I'm storing it to the response. I will call. Since, like I mentioned, we'll be okay. Sorry. Since I mentioned we'll be calling that model for the chunks or for query chunks. So there would be a multiple responses. I mean, multiple responses chunks, I can say. So for that, I'm taking it to the response variable. I'm passing this prompt template. So that is what the parameter I'm passing here. Then I'll append whatever the responses I get to the list. You can see this. I have defined the list here. So whatever the list have defined, I'm appending to it the responses which I've got from that model. Okay. Okay, now we'll combine the responses, whatever we have got or query chunks. I'm storing it in a combined response variable. I'll be joining. Since this, we'll call this method, we are returning this combined response. Let me run this. Good. Now, a real magic happens here. We'll pass a query. Now we have done the RAG implementation to our model. Let's see how this can What question can we ask? Okay. Regarding the PDF, okay, I don't think many of you can see that. Let me download some extension. Papyrus PDF preview. You can see this. You can see that in a chat. If you were not unable to make out the word. Okay, I'm installing it. Okay, now I've installed it. Let me check that. Check out in the chat that extension would be given there.
Manasa, could you go to the previous step? That means the
step.
Where
Okay.
do I search that one? The plugin.
Okay, all right. Plugin. You mean the extension? Okay. Here. Okay, I'll type here also, but you can still find it in the chat. This one. Okay, I hope you have got that. So let me open that PDF. So that is how we can know what can we query it. So you can see the contents here. Okay, I should still be in the role. I'm an intern here. I need to know about Nuvepro here, like pre-pay. Okay, there are a lot of things here. Let's say okay, let me search anything. How does cloud adoption enable cyber security protection? Well, meanwhile, you can try out different queries too about so that you can. Okay, now I've defined a query. Now I'll call this method what we have defined in the last step. I need this method so that I can pass directly to the model, and under the hood, whatever the embeddings and finding relevant data can be done. So I'll say I'm calling this method, I'm passing the query. I need to print this, whatever the response I get. Let's say I'll store this in the variable called what? Okay, sonnet response. I'm storing it in the sonnet response. Now I'll be printing that. Okay, let me run this now. You can see this. You've got this. Now let me query another thing. You can just copy this code snippet every time. You can change the query here. So I just want to know what approach is Nuvepro taking to innovate. Since Nuvepro is focused on helping to get the hands-on practice for different people, I just want to know what approaches Nuvepro is following that in the field of, and basically our workshop is based on this agenda itself, hands-on learning. Okay, let me learn, let me get to know what Nuvepro is following. Nuvepro is taking following approach to innovate the field of hands-on learning, providing a cloud-based platform catering to learners to all levels. From you can read out, it's a very interesting responses we are getting from the model, and meanwhile you'll get to know about Nuvepro more. So I'll be giving different queries also for you to query it, and send a screenshot to us of whatever the output you give. We'll be putting that in a chat. Just give me a moment. I'm trying to find which query to give. Okay. All right. Now the questions has been put up in the chat. I queried whatever I wanted to know about Nuvepro. I'll query much more and get to know about Nuvepro since I am intern. Now you can also know about Nuvepro more by the queries we have, whatever we passed in the chat. And we encourage you to put the screenshot or the snapshot of whatever the query we have passed. Well, I can see lot of screenshot.
Can you share once that
Yes.
query screen query one?
Yes, sure. We'll also pin that chat. So that we can refer from there. Let me go through the screenshots, whatever you have putting it in the chat.
Please put in that screenshots in the chat itself. I encourage more people to put them.
Okay, earlier we have passed one query before the embedding to see whether to find the data Webpro, whether the model has that in its knowledge base. So you can see it does not had a information on that. So how about trying this itself? So we can see the difference of before embedding and after embedding. Okay, I can see why the response is pointwise. This is a specialty of a Claude there. Whenever you ask query to the Claude, even in the console, you can see the responses would be in the pointwise. That's another highlighting point from the Claude model. But
maybe if we change the
you edit
prompt
in a few,
to write it as a paragraph, it
yes,
may provide it. Yeah.
yes, exactly. You can mention that explicitly in the prompt template or in the query itself. And meanwhile, let us know what are interesting RAG applications you have done. So I said we'll query that. I'll be storing it to the query again, and let me query that to see whether the RAG magic here. So I'm running it.
For more such answers, on what interesting applications we can create, there's already a pinned poll, which is shared in the chat. I request everybody to please take up the poll and let us know what other applications we can create using RAG. Yes, I think we're getting more screenshots. Let's try and maximize the outputs for everyone.
All right, you can see the difference of before RAG and after RAG implementation here. According to the given context, Nuvepro has offering according to this following: a cloud-based personalized learning paths to guide learners, highlighting points. If you need it in the paragraph, you can mention in the prompt template or in the query itself. You can ask, give me in the paragraph format, something like that. That would also work. Who are putting up the screenshots, good work. We can see the responses generated. And also you can see the poll there. Pinged.
Yes, poll is actually pinned in the chat.
Let us know your interesting applications you have built using RAG.
We've got 2 responses on it. I hope to see more applications. Interesting ideas are coming up.
Any applications, whatever, even if the simple application, you can put it up in the poll. Very good work, people. I can see a lot of screenshots coming up.
Yes, this is
Good job.
excellent, I think. Yeah, we'll always have the certificate of excellence and accomplishment over and the rewards for all the work that you guys are doing over here and all the results and outcomes that you're putting. I'll encourage maximum outputs to be generated.
Actually, here I am unable
Yes.
to keep that screenshot in chat window as I am using my company laptop. So
How about pasting the response you have got from the model?
Regarding, I didn't get you.
You can paste your response what you have got from the model.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
And I did see the chat with PDF query there. Uh, yeah, it is. It is built on the RAG application, RAG concept itself.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, unfortunately, like I'm getting an error message saying that site can't be reached for a long time. I was able to do up to step number 4.
All right.
Try it in your incognito, Monica.
Okay.
Is
I have
that personal laptop or it is related to your company?
no, it's my personal laptop. I was able to do up to step 3 and step 4 half the way I have was able to do
Yeah,
it.
before that I also bought this thing and I used this incognito mode. It worked.
Okay, I'll try out because I happened to log out and refresh and all that. It
Yeah,
didn't work.
yeah.
Okay, I'll try with that. And one more query I had,
Yes.
after this session, can we get, I mean, like, will it be available? How long this will be active in our login?
It will be, I think, 2 hours. Like even in the message, right? It will be 2 hours. We have time.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sai. Yes, the lab will be active for 2 more hours, and you will have the recording as well uploaded in a couple of days on YouTube. Any more interesting ideas on other applications that can be created? Please take up the poll, which is pinned. We've got some 7 responses. Hope to see some more.
I can see one snapshot where you have asked directly the chat with PDF is a rack concept, or it can be the rack concept, or other case if it is not a rack concept. Let's say you are interested to build a model, maybe a customized model. It comes under rack. Or if you want to build your own model, which is relevant to just talk about only the PDF things, whatever you put it to it. So in that case, it cannot come under rack thing. It can be done using the rack concept. That was my intent to say. Well, it's nice that you put up a query there. And also you're trying it, since you're querying it, it is answering based on the context. So I suggest you to try out like without the rack concept. I mean, directly to the model. So then you can see the different response from the model. Since it's answering based on the context, that is why you have got that kind of response. I can see you're querying and getting to know about Nuvepro more along with me.
And
If you
Manasa,
like,
what about what is the difference between RAG and like a rect?
RAG and
Rect.
REACT.
Reasoning and acting.
Well, yes, as the name suggests, it's a different concept. That REACT that is also one of the prompt technique I've seen while we
Yeah.
are trying out the different prompt techniques. RAG is not that much related to the RE. Okay, let
Because
me
like it's
just.
all comes under the prompt engineering. So I'm just like asking what is the difference between these two?
Okay. Yeah. Let
Okay,
my
might be like I will explore.
Tanushree
Yeah.
answer that. Okay, let me answer
Mhm.
that question. So RAG is just taking the data from the vector database and just answers your query. But you want to do some planning based on the data, right? So for example, if you have database, whatever the database you need, and whatever the query that you want to make based on the database, it can answer. But what React will do is React is nothing but reason and action. So based on the context that it is there, it will react and it will plan and it will give everything. It will plan out the things for you. Model itself will be planning out the things for you. That is one of the concepts of React. I think
Oh,
you
got
got the
it. That
context.
means like it won't reflect. That means like it won't give you the data what is exist in the. That means like it in a exist. So it will be creating a new context, right? So based
No,
on the
it will
existing
not create.
context.
Yeah, based on the data that it is retrieved, right? It can plan out the things as well for you. It will tell out the next steps, what has to be taken based on the data. For example, you have finance assistant. If you want to make financial planning, you can query your database, how much of groceries that you have spent, how much of money you've spent on groceries and everything. And it can also plan out the things for you to reduce the expenses that you have done so far. So this is
Oh,
one such example.
okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, got it.
if you like today's session, we are also encouraging you to participate in the fourth session, which is also based on the React itself. And that's on the 14th, which is the coming Friday itself. I'm putting up the link for it. Sorry, I went on mute. Yeah, encouraging you to participate and encouraging you to forward it to your colleagues in the organization itself who can participate in the workshop. I'm just putting up the link. If you also like today's hands-on learning session and if you want such more personalized sessions for your organization, I'm also dropping in my email ID in the chat over here. Please feel free to connect with us and we'll be happy to provide a more personalized demo to your organization itself. And your feedbacks are always welcome. If you have any such feedbacks, we'll be sharing a feedback form after the workshop is done, possibly by Monday. And let us know your feedbacks and what more you'd like to see, what topics would you like to see and practice on in the coming workshops. Do let us know. Let us know if you also have any more questions to Manasa. All right, thank you so much for participation, Manasa. Thank you so much for the session. Do you have anything more to add on to this?
Yes, I believe you all had a great time understanding this RAG concept. Sorry for that hiccups happened in the between, like the technical issues that happened. And apart from that, excluding that thing, we did had a great interactive session also. I can see many of you exchanged your thoughts, opinions, and knowledge, by the way, which was really fascinating and grateful for it. And I believe we had a very great time, and hope you all got to know about the rack concept, that too the hands-on experience on that. So build out some different kind of applications on that, and also feel free to put up that whatever applications you are planning to build based on this rack concept, or whichever the applications you have built using this rank concept in the poll. That would be also nice. So, and also feel free to post your responses of on the link whatever the Shipriya gives you. That would be very appreciated, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Manasa.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.